Hola. Uy, eso puede estar un poco alto. Hola, Víctor, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Mejor. Creo que así mejor. Vamos, dame un momento que pongo el chat en esto. A ver. Perfect, there we go. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're all having a fantastic Sunday evening. Well, it's evening for me, but you know, in case it's morning or night for you, I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Today we're doing the same. We're continuing from where we left off yesterday because I have a problem and I want to keep playing this game. So we're going to do that. Real quick, I'm going to be using a controller this time, which is like the first time I've played one of these games with a controller. Well, this game with a controller. Because I think it would be much, I don't know, maybe more comfortable for me. Because I don't have to keep leaning over to the keyboard and being on top of the microphone all the time. So maybe my voice will sound better. I don't know. Let's just give it a try. I don't think I have Steam open. A ver. But yeah, how are we doing? Steam, you should open up right here. Thank you. Steam, I am begging you. Open up, please. ¿Qué tal? Yo bien. Muy de chill. Se fueron mis padres ayer a la playa. Hoy vuelven, pero bueno. Así que estos 2 días de relax. Y estoy aprovechando todo lo que puedo para hacer estos directos. Alright, here they are. Ahí estamos. Sí, bastante bien, la verdad. ¿Y tú qué tal? Porque claro, es que han empezado las fiestas de aquí. Me imagino que habrás salido. O lo que sea. Alright, give me just a moment to check that everything sounds okay. I think it should. Me bajo en un segundo al parque a probar mis patines para volver enseguida. Sí, eso en un rato. Bien, bien, bien. Yo es que soy un... Yo es que esta semana, como lo único que hago es salir para nadar y pues que al final me canso y digo, quiero estar en casita. Y como mis padres han ido, he dicho, voy a aprovechar de estar en casita. Y ya luego la semana que viene salgo y quedo con gente y eso. Pero en fin. Dime rápidamente si se escucha todo bien. 24th of October, 9:11 AM, The Old Bailey, Defendants Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Dime más o menos cómo se escucha la música comparada con mi voz. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I'm going to check them myself. I think this is a good level. Because the music of the game is dipping into the yellow and my voice is consistently going above the yellow. So I think that would be a good enough balance for the sound levels. Ready for today's proceedings? Alright. Alright, I'm getting used to the controllers. Okay. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Jones, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but I My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. I mean, for him, yeah, it actually is. Well, if I must agree then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was disturbed. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Hear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Oh, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. Couldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? He killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Ooh, juicy. I don't know what to say. Think, Inspector. Now, allow me to ignore you as I check this very long list of... Oh, Dios me. We have a lot of clues here. Well, clues, a lot of evidence in here. Condemned prisoner. Blank, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, the 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Oh, it barely says anything. Courtney Sith and Courtney Stevens. Yeah, they're the same person. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. As slowly load at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Oh, poor Gregson. Well then, Professor Harrain, this is it. Today, we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be here today, will he? Driver. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Chan-chan. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. No, Ryunosuke, eso es dentro de 2 casos. The final chapter will be in two cases. Like there's still a lot of game left to play. I have not felt this before actually. This strange foreboding. Okay, so what we know so far is that there's like a parallelism between the present with a convicted professor Well, that's the past, sorry, and then the present, which is the professor that we are currently dealing with. And it seems that both Drever and Courtney are related with both cases, so I wonder where this parallelism is going, and whether the professor was the one that did the murder of the Baskervilles. Well, not the murder, the home of the Baskervilles, sorry. As if something is going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. October, 9:30 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh yeah, Kazuma is here.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed.
The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Promise, Lord Van Six has his apprentice with him. Apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Six.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh dear. I therefore instructed my assistant to attempt to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so really hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we'll understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. And if I try this, shall feel the wrath of God, you ask me. That doesn't make any sense.
Now I have to listen to what's on both sides defense. And settle along. That's it, isn't it?
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Six.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what?
An explosion?
It's an outrage! Yes, I heard this great news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to splinters and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
needed to destroy the evidence, did he?
That Enoch driver.
The court will take this print as evidence, Counsel.
The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the corridor. Okay, so there is an underground passage there. Like, it's right there on the photo, right? Like, we all see it, right? Like, it's right here. Is there anything else of nature that we can notice? I don't think so. I think the main point is just that there is something here that opens. And that's it. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the Kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Six rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Ashman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunctioning. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, Counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drever, and the victim himself, Mr. O.D. Ashman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Ooh, Ryonosuke is tryharding. Maybe because it's Kazuma in front of him and he's like trying to inspire his memories to come back to life. I don't know. But he's on top of his game.
Thank you, Counsels. The positions of the prosecution and the defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Six, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drever, to the stand. His jacket is so great. I really like it. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch driver. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
That black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before?
Oh, did you? I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
And it was you, Mr. Drever, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. And you confirm your involvement.
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we have already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You have established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But
We have procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood.
oh dear.
Witness testimony.
The Kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double.
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past expressed to light, Mr. Driver.
Indeed it did. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy. For the... Oh. I'm very sleepy, sorry, Your Honor. For young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If my hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation. With sufficient skill. Though I may have solved the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists of in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was...
An unfortunate accident. Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the science.
Also for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I'm going to go get some water real quick. I will be right back. I'm back. Ah, there we go. Yes, my lord. Agüita. Alright. Hold it! Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Aww.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Seed absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
Why can't have been orchestrated by using someone who looked identical to Mr. Ashman then? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing.
Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it! It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witnesses' reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I had labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. I want to check something real quick. Yeah, this was left in the Professor waxwork, and this camera didn't have anything inside of it, so I wonder what it could be about. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What do we know is that the victim... What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken...
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Perhaps the science was flawed. Did we examine the cage? I don't think we examined the cage.
Ah, look here, Mr. Soto. Oh yes, the wood is cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the Crystal Tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man tragic inside, tragically dead.
Alright, nothing else that we can investigate? Nope, nothing else. Okay, so the idea is that he clearly used the waxwork for the twin, but I wonder if
Objection!
nope, nope. I wanted to say, oh yeah, like this is what he used instead of the actual person, but like.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself.
Not really. By chance, I had seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge. Gauge? I think it's gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine, according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
Can we see those blueprints? It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately though, the machine has been brought to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
And maybe the victim would have a twin.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you are practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish there was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Herbert's innocence.
Both Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Six, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? It's like, I know what I have to do, I don't know how to do it though. Oh. And then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. If it crashed headfirst, then the head part would be damaged, right? Like the upper part. So maybe that's what we have to prevent.
Hold it!
Oh no, wait, wrong button. Nope, wrong button, wrong button. Wrong button, wrong button. Oh my god, these people talk so much. Holy shit. I'm sorry, it was a wrong button press. Percent, right? It crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to its face.
Objection!
We have examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wall are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. God! Ugh. Why did he only say that partly in orange?
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well...
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to save us only one vertebra, actually.
It wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord 16. This witness is clearly a swindler, the one who deceived a personal friend of his.
You're going to establish this deception. Do it right.
Sorry.
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes, and there is one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Driver, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
I nearly had him there.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who say Mr. Ashman was on the experimentation stage, that's true.
And the victim's leg broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of the impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there is no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above this crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Hear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. He's certainly very sure of himself. Alright. Okay, so... I have a theory that it obviously fell through the hole. But like, I don't know if I have to present... No, I don't know if I have to present... God damn it. I have to present this, because this distance, and that is like the same as this. Okay, I'm going to try this one out.
Objection!
No. No. There is nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Objection!
Okay, it was the map. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. Es más, hola otra vez por cierto, bienvenido de vuelta, Víctor. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos? Estamos discutiendo teleportaciones. Porque el juego es así. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you will see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Digo que tiene un hermano gemelo. No. Lo que pasa es que este señor al que estamos interrogando también ha robado, hace unos días robó una estatua de cera. Y en la estatua de cera hemos encontrado cristal del lugar donde cayó la jaula, supuestamente. Entonces claramente usó la estatua de cera para hacer pasarlo por un doble. Y luego subió allí y cambió el doble por el verdadero y se fue. Es que es eso, pasó eso.
Well, it appears that the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
It will indicate the place to which you're referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the barricade could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Clearly, it's right here. Because there was a hole here and it fell down. This same distance.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the barricades would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the barricade was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, Counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you will see it's about the same height from above the ground as the balloon was above the crash. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the barricades were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there was there to be a void underneath, these barricades and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one barricade, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord! The metal grill that fell onto the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion, that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately! Mr. Driver, it was you who built the Kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Herbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Driver. Se quedó sin cinta, es como es un soldadito de hojalata. Hop. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On two counts. Two? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition was attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Dover had no opportunity to twitch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crossed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yeah! Why do I have to prove everything about the case? I am just the defense lawyer. I have here the contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Local 6?
The contract into which Mr. Driver entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Driver is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very, very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision?
Mr. Driver may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I have nothing to gain from Mr. Ashman's death. The diametric opposite in fact.
Ugh. Yeah, because your motive wasn't money, your motive was revenge because one of your family members was killed by the professor, who is Asman, who somehow survived his hanging. It all makes sense. Did I say more? Witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Driver having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ah! He's very pretty. Yeah, es que lleva... Welcome in Prickle Woodland. I hope you enjoy your lurk and have a wonderful evening. I was just saying, Mr. Driver is very pretty and he also sports a kilt, which is just fucking amazing. I really like his character design so much.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. More than 6. We'll submit the contract as evidence, please.
Driver's contract has been entered into the court record. It's true. No, Ryunosuke, not yet. The investor, Mr. Odi Osman, hereby enters into the contract with the provider, Enoch Driver, to fund labor and materials for the construction of... Alright. Mr. Driver is to receive 30%. It's true. If Driver had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
It's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. Prosecution is unable to deny that. I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Cool. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, but instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. This stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Driver. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Driver had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume. You are prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course, informing accusational party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Driver had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Okay, chat. Let's be real. Okay, let's be real. Okay, let's be real. It was her. She is the only one who was allowed to investigate the machine before it blew up. So she probably installed the device herself. She also did the autopsy report for both ODS man, well, the quote-unquote ODS man, because it was probably the fake Wadsworth version, and she just falsified it. And she's probably the same Courtney from 16 years ago. And I think these two were in cahoots because ODS man might have been the professor who somehow escaped his death, and they wanted to bring him down into it. That's my hunch, at least. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Driver have an accomplice? Or not? The defense is ready to name Mr. Driver's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord,
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Driver's accomplice?
wait, what? Is this how the guy looked? He looks like fucking horrible, holy shit. He really has like the face of a murderer. Anyway, it must have been Courtney Sith. You never trust someone whose last name is Sith.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Not every single one, Ryunosuke. Not every single one.
I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life. You will appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Driver in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith.
What the places are you talking about? Dr. Sith?
The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who will conduct the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages. So, who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for a forensic investigation. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Seed be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You've got nerve, lad.
Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the map. I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at the night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there is another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? Oh, what?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh, that's true. No! Ryunosuke, this is very obvious. It was the waxwork model. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got the answer to this yet. Have I? What can you do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. I'm going to save just in case, but it's very obvious that we have to present the head. Here. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. oh, shots fired. He shot back the learned friend back to band 6. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
Do you think you have relevant evidence? Present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside a balloon that was floating above the stage. Which means that any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. But who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... this.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage when that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What has been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, counsel. According to you, to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact...
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just still yourself. And come out with it.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there, oh, you just brought it with you. When was this brought over here? Hold up.
Objection!
What the fuck? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you have moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drever. What? Just days before Professor Hellbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drever abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Trevor?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drever would have stolen the waxwork, and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second barricade, as a body double for Mr. Ashton.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. But he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Oh shit. I was thinking, when is the examination going to come into play?
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naranjado, as we always do. And cover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well.
I think I have changed that guy's voice like 3 times already in this stream. I'll be done.
In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear. Grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She would never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork that man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the barricades. It's conjecture.
I guess it's not about correct evidence. It is not a proper job, you see? I don't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, It seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its built in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you're ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the prosamiation examination.
Yes, my lord. Allí vamos. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
What do you mean about this? What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
And obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in park, or on street corners and the like. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You wanna be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what your number 3 just said. And clearly you do. My controller just fucking died. Hold up. Reconnecting. There we go.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust with it. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. We respected you. Now I would have called the coroner into questioning the place. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name onto it. She was the best of the best. Holy! The apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who is Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sid's maiden name. Her maiden name? But that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's safe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
She was Courtney Stevens back then, back when I knew her.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say?
Ah,
That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
legendary was your description, sir. Not mine.
Rubbish. That word never passed my lips. I would never describe anyone that way. Ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sid is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Okay, so I think that we have to present the crystal here. So I'm going to save just in case. Wait, how do I present this? Okay, why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because an unsettling stranger has no relationship with a woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know any of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if we were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman's society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor
Just that. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh god. This one may be more astute than I've been giving her credit.
If that's the one stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Seed would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, you will be the first to know.
Hold it! But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That idea. But there's more than one way to pull a roid out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from an instant explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed, if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Yes. I have evidence. Actually, I have something I would like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So, in your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? No, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The crystal tower. Oh, holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
You can take this phrase out of context so much. Oh dear God.
In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, you're number 4. You will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science, and nothing else. I will defeat you with the power of facts and logic by my side. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah,
What's the matter with you? You want to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
what is it about scientists? Honestly. Yeah, what is it about scientists?
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Ryunosuke.
Oh, look, Cobb. It's been growing back on the farm. It's been off on the way home into town. It's a proper nibbler, is he?
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need corners at times like this. Whenever I have so much bit to the side, the columns always point me into the right direction, see?
You're talking about your gob of corn?
Nibble, no, guilty gobble. Nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, no, guilty bubble.
Nibble not guilty out.
Nibble, no, guilty bubble. Nibble, not guilty out.
Oh dear.
Perhaps he's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cup of corn. Do you not at least wait until we have more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm totally full already.
A maze. A maze thing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the Waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. On the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used in Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this. That's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, let's just see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while sitting and raise crackers, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Streets has got in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because he was Dr. Safe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh,
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. I think we need to pit some jurors now, but I'm not quite certain which ones to do. It should probably be these two because they're talking about evidence. So I'm going to save real quick.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! Whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
If you could put down your gun for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You have pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror besides sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
She's just a mini Gina. Like, her voice is just mini Gina. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand that besides Hong Code, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I wouldn't think going against Skull Cop, or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
with the cop. Bonk. Go to jail. Bonk.
Success!
If you can call it that. Well, because if he's got some evidence, that's a whole other cop on it. Lovely job.
Hold it!
What sorts of problems? Let's just say, yeah, we've already read this. Let's just ignore the... Sometimes they even cook up the story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, we'll have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star an illusionary spectacle. It is so well, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should do what's happened here in London, as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way of this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he would have a word or two to say in response. Okay, so we have to beat them all.
Objection!
No. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Well, Mr. Foreman?
There's to be a new Herlock Sharks adventure.
Wait, did I mistakenly use his? My lord! The foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to send myself a copy of the local news agent in that case.
Miss Susato, no one is listening to what I'm saying.
Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to have everything then, Mr. Nagodo.
Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word.
Ugh. It sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I better think again. Okay, what the fuck? I am pretty sure I did the thing.
Objection!
No. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. Okay. Surely the waxwork stole. They had announced that the thing that two would never be conniving with one another.
Objection!
No. Ah, this is difficult. This is tough, alright? Lane Derby, let's see. What do you say? Yeah, it's the left corner. La, la, la. We've already read this. Hmm. Okay.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, or Sith, I don't know, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. Oh yeah, okay, so that's where the argument was. I was like, how are they going to connect these two? The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, you mean to say? Oh, utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope that there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor. The killer's autopsy report.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portraying the waxwork. The killer known as the Professor.
The professors? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens!
I strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drever was very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Dasper's. It was like that, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Ashman at all.
I suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events.
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drever.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, blood relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
We did it.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory.
The waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion is possibly true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drevel and Dr. C. And I'm convinced that there's special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're trying to hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
I really thought that Urban Six would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you are on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
To be continued. Alright. I'm going to go have a little bathroom break, but I will be right back in just a moment. BRB. Hmm. Alright, I'm back. I have brought a little snack with me because it's like it's time for la merienda, but you know, I can skip it mostly. Give me just a second. For those who want to know, I'm having some very delicious food right now. Ah, amazing stuff. I have to tell you.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Storms?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies!
As it turns out, oh, this is very good. Lord Van Six is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. He's a great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a watchword of the killer who took his twin brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Ripper failed to foresee that cake in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes?
In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Six. It seems that everyone in the trial has linked to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set. All alone with no intersection to any other. Ooh. Oh, he's talking about math sets. Ooh. Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
Excuse me.
This must be Miss Tuspers, I think.
Excuse me.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
Dr. Sith?
Ah, Dr. Corny Sith. Nils Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Charles. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested a 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalp. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you will take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Six won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about. Is the professor case. Please, don't make the mistake of thinking you will get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all.
So can we all agree that that is just a straight up, yes, I did it, I am the murderer here.
And that is all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Ooh. You mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Whether you would like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Ah, a dog. I see.
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing out on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
Charms caramel. Oh dear. What did that warning from Mr. Strong's really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. There's like 2 more cases left. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene on the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue?
Prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny. The case under scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted fellow who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nippon is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Order 6.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Taspels?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Taspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. Whoever is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sith.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the mother of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh, poor Sholmes, you're already going to be replaced.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Taspels.
Oh wait, she's French.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Taspel. I am a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress the Madame Taspel's Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for walking as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, though he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. 2 of them.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. And you confirm this.
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped.
Ah, yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told of the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, there is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman.
Ah, but of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personage exhibit. It is to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now in the masked visions of the professor? You are the key, but it is extremely forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information.
Ah, quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the dust spell's principles.
What principles?
The family dust spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the dust spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the dust spell family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We dust spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica for subjects.
Hear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. It has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
We, true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, Madame Daspel's experimental exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer
Oh god, that's hard to pronounce.
emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Oh dear. The Professor Waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked the society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Daspel's family principles. He enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head, in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this!
Me, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But the spells would not be the spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at the museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer emerged him from his own grave.
Seeing the pigs was the subject of mere rumors in London 10 years ago. I appeared in newspaper from the time.
Oh god, even more evidence.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Was the bold masquerade to blame for the great blaze? The man rises from the grave, execute the criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Oh dear. The university student who experienced the event is Mr. Enoch Drever.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
10-year-old article.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Okay, even more. Mr. Enoch Drever. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal, Matship Rampage, The Great Stink, Krakatoa Eruption. Ooh! Oh yeah, it was around this time, wasn't it? Also, ooh! Oh, Ashman. So he was the reporter then, or the photographer then.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor just did before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drever to Dr. C. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. And I will find it. We'll get to the bottom of what really happened. And I will prove that Dr. C and Drever were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
Oh dear. And that rumor would be?
A 10-year-old tale now. One that no Londonier would ever forget.
All right. I just know what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
Tale of the condemned killer, rising from the dead. That is the central attraction. My house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the day of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a screaming, welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, fell motionless once more. A scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witch, who turned and ran for his life. Oh. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, we love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, this special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people from Europe.
Oh, that and Madame Taspel's voice are very similar, so it's taking me a little while to adapt. Oh, I want to drink some more water.
Can we be shocked, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse, just before it was interred. I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it! Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Lay subjects.
Oh, I just defaulted to Sasotel.
Lay subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please, make a waxwork of me. Come, sir.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. Well, hardened wax.
It is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Taspels.
I listed the end of the Great Digger.
Hold it!
Surely that's legal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietors of these repositories of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
He had nothing to do with money. Man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the reason the trade of the Taspels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying?
The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth is about the special exhibit has been revealed, the must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family. I think, don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, the dog gave wax impression of his face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
I hid myself and they gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. As a consequence, I missed my perfect window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the vicious cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
A really mortis?
It's the named window phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The fact is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an indication. If a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open. It is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting harder for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about that information the corpse just heard from Madame Taspers? It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Yes, sir.
It took me a very long time because it was for the onset of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
Oh no, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
I had no idea about it. But maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I will do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately.
Well, I could not say.
But
where I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax. The morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the early sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is something.
The fact is, I had very little time. I finished my work in half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. I had to hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sean seem to be taking shape more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? It's significant. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord.
In the half hour before sunrise. But if he died at midnight, 3 hours will be 3 a.m. But if she finished her work at 4:40, what happened in that time? I'm going to save just in case because I think this is the correct leeway that we have to follow, the correct path. But just in case, you know. Oh no, wrong button.
Objection!
Nope. Nope. Alright.
Hold it!
You have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something.
I had paid a great deal of money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
When you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the grave digger. They said, you cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day. Which means that it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting your work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the grave digger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
For some reason Dr. Sid went along with Trevor's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means.
This one is tricky because the witness is not necessarily lying, or at least she's not doing it so consciously as other witnesses.
Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord and Sid than anyone. That is the impression I'm getting, anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Objection!
Okay, it was here. Madame Tuspets. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
What?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Taspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's skin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seed's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, the 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. It would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there is only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible!
Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. C, but you also implicate members of staff at Berkeley prison where the execution took place. But I beg,
Extraordinary!
not in my time.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's sleeping jaw with my own hand.
Objection!
There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. We do?
Counsel, present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Yes, it must be the bullet, right? Oh dear. It has to be the bullet. There's like literally nothing else that we can present right now. I think. No, it has to be the bullet.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse, coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed death following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. It's simply a rumor published by the gutter brush. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word! Yes, indeed.
Mais oui, near a man who stole into the cemetery by chance that...
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding... Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Aren't you suggesting, Counsel, that you have identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this strange scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Enoch Driver.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Driver. Driver?
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tasper's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Driver.
Order! 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 Surely not, Counsel.
Driver was there? In Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this about? What is all this talk about Mr. Driver? Is the name significant?
Of course. Madame Taspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. What that would mean?
Madame Taspels. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Driver.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Goodness, good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
Como? Wait, hold up. The name is right here. Mr. Enoch Driver, a disciple of science at the University of London. It's right there. It's on the article.
That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Vale, okay, that makes more sense.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Driver, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of his student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in a cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Driver. The accent is sticking to me. Mr. Driver, in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a box student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, he has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Oof. So he knew about the waxwork all this time. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he had witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Ashman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Sith, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drever. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drever used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh. My lord. This court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drever are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Six won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you will get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Six.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Six, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice Office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drever and Dr. Sith both take the stand together.
Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Sith at the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drever and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. Just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Yunosuke, you have said that like 3 times already. Oh, you are still here. Oh, I like the contrast. It's like a man of trickery, a woman of science, and a woman of magic. That's great. I love that parallelism there. Science, magic, and trickery. I love that so much.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sith.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Six. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drever, You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sid, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drever, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sid's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drever, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw? Especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
A bit too clear for his own good, if you ask me. Cool. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. In a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drever, your testimony, please. About the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Witness testimony. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. And afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model for me from wax. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not for the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
Ah,
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drever and Dr. Sid would have been working together.
so... Is this discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness.
Oh, sorry.
You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrections, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffer retribution enough. The daily circus. Eventually, unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university.
And that was your motive for killing O.D. Asman. Because he drew the picture and published it.
That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me, unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes. I was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me, as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
A lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital,
A hospital?
in order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So, we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We will never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, I am very hungry right now.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
I will be right back. Hold up. We are back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I brought myself some, mainly a piece of bread. Her brain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you have revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Longwood Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. And I regret to this day.
Hold it!
This train's happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I went to fetch the police at the time.
There we go, more water.
You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
Oh, you went to the... Oh, sorry. So you went to the newspapers instead.
I started big, the London News. But unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either.
Weird. That would have been a really fun news article. Alright.
In the end, though, it was reported from the gossip racks, a cutter press that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners jumped up the tail.
The story was in every single paper, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet, only 2 out of 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts out turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he had discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portraying the illustration is accurate.
Well... No, I don't think I actually saw the professor at all though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. Though it was renowned among us. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense, the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I had seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
Do we have anything at all, Mr. Narhoda?
I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
But you had a camera with you. So maybe you took a picture of the man. Oh wait. It's probably not going to be the camera.
Objection!
Yeah. But, alright. I'm going to keep pressing then. I want to check something first, like everything. Yeah, but you had a camera here. Well.
Objection!
Oh, so you have to present... Okay. Sorry, Mr. Driver, but I don't believe that. Why doesn't the camera count here? If it's going to go through that angle, might as well let me use the camera.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
Illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, but the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the close court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Driver, as you have just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So, unless you had actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Driver.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. The in fact witness was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he had dug, my heart very nearly stopped. But that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally salubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear a metal mask to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was choosing such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't feel safe.
Objection!
But there is more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it may have been rather big news by now.
Oh, well, yes.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
No. She heard it.
Excuse me!
Madame Tuspels. Don't take it out of Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drever's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drever could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university, dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection! Overcure, Drever.
That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drever told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing. Sucked.
No, she's... I keep mixing up the voices. Fuck.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you. And he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up.
That will do. Mr. Drever,
Yes.
you refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels.
I have no recollection of her saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, Counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind the door, nor any splattering blood.
Hold it!
Yet, Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort.
10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no ground on which to question the witness's word. Well, yeah, I have another witness's word here. Like, don't they cancel each other out, or... How does this work, 1-6? Ah. Tell me, Madame Tuspels,
Oui,
what exactly did Mr. Drever say about the blood that apparently splattered on him?
alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging in front of the tomb in the middle of the chest. In his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drever was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered onto his body. This is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely.
I almost did the French way.
Precisely. And I didn't forget it. Because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place.
He's clearly lying. Well, I had some evidence to prove it.
We can't let him win, Mr. Narcono. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Hmm. Ah, nor any spattering blood. There are some dark stains visible on the bellows. I'm going to save just in case, but I am pretty sure this is what it's going for.
Objection!
Oh, come on! No, game, it's man. Damn it. I keep being one step ahead of the actual case.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Taspers, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name Paris in the article and so I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell. What's little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? I do. I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
This camera.
Ooh! Ah!
Oh yes. I make a point of taking it with me whenever I made an incursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Taspel's way. You've seen then that this is the very camera that Mr. Trevor took with him to locate the cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. Okay, now we can do it. Because now it is identified as the camera from that day. Alright. Take this.
Objection!
Mr. Drever, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. This is the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drever.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. Looks like a dark red stain.
Oh,
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Ooh.
something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Taspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well, I...
Hmm. Yeah, sorry about that. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There is simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you are trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that—
Objection! But why? Why would he want to do that?
avoid being connected to the crime. Well, not for his own gain, you would think.
For whose then? Who could it benefit?
Mr. Drever is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness! He's shielding someone?
He just looks straight at her. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Council, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Courtney Sith.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith.
See?
What? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor,
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection! This is beyond a joke. Can you point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
yes, that is exactly what it would mean.
Objection! Once a man is sent to the gallows, that's no one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Council, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising corner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in the crime.
You don't mean?
I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drever's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ooh, the boot. Lord Van Six? It's a bit early for the boot, don't you think? Or late, rather.
Pray forgive my freshly filled callowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness,
Oh, sorry.
goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoner would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What is that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Oh, well, I've no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Ah,
And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
consider what?
You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity. It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who had already invested money in the venture, and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all.
Or so you say.
Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No.
Yeah, but at the same time.
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was his aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Robert's motive wasn't the money at all. It was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I would say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Oh, he moves out of the way. I love that.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. Oh, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drever? There's a connection there that no one has seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness that wanted the victim dead is right here. It has to be the newspaper.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
A table never should have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, is the motive for the deed.
The Drovers contract. Because it has the signatures of both of them.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drover, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant in that newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. O.D. Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed.
So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? There it is.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
Hey, signature!
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago. A newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drever and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drever 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. O.D. Assman. There he goes.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to have murdered Assman? Well, if you think back, you will remember that Mr. Drever talked about that article in his testimony.
A great robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You were invited by retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grades to identify them unambiguously. I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So, Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman.
Enough! Stop this endless dribble about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drever.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. I been forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Driver, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you!
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
The picture because you are sad? It has to be the picture, right?
Take that!
I think this piece of evidence speaks for itself, doesn't it?
In describing your own lack of talent, yes.
Hmm?
Believe me, I've seen many young men's dreams crushed in the abyss of life.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Dios mío. Okay, let's think hard about this.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Driver? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Driver? Because even then you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Ashman was. But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
The truth is...
Finally, he's going to fold.
Oh! Why? Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it.
What?
What are you doing? What exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord!
Dr. Sith. You realize what you're saying, woman.
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago, I had done my best to bury it deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sid will go along with my plan. I'm someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Driver, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then.
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the Genesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Common 6. There was a bone in here.
Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan.
That's my last of the water.
And Lord Van Six,
Yes?
I hope you will accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Driver. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. It's your friend, my dude. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Sid has admitted to allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You have proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado then, the adjudication now.
This seems too easy. And even if it ends up being proclaimed not innocent, not guilty, like, I don't know, something about this feels off. It's like a bittersweet victory.
Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sid suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Let's do this.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. A way to bring it all out into the open.
Right. Yes, in hindsight.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sons did. You must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sid.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drever.
Oh, in that case it has escaped your attention. I have already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made it plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Six?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
Ooh, he's serious. If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You will what?
Lord Van Six.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sid, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Draper.
Very well.
Witness testimony. The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork, and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim was indicated in the note's instructions. It was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower, instead of under the stage. That is all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. C's face. Ryunosuke, we don't judge people by their cover. But this is his attorney, so we might as well. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
Oh, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well, if you so desire, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Here we go, final cross-examination. The waxwork plot.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I had never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted. The stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this.
Yes, thank you, Norman 6. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the workshop model. Where then was the victim's body? Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork.
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drever and returned to Madame Tussauds. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage.
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I had made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this.
Yes, instructions in the engineer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Aspen.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So the actual cause of death was...
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word!
What is it, Miss Susato?
Something about Dr. Sid's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too.
Dr. Sid,
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I wanted her to supplement her testimony with is... pa, 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 pa. The real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall for 30 feet. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs.
very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that. It was as a result of a broken neck.
Yes, as a professional. It's more than apparent. You wouldn't even know by just looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true.
Obviously not. It's precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
But like... How could he have broken his neck though? He was like strapped here and had a back thing for his head. Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
There is no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Painting Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down! A Dr. Sid!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Oof, I nearly froze under that cold stare that she said that.
I believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruto.
Though that's her story.
She has admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. And I wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruto? Truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they are still trying to hide something. Oh dear. Like these crystals right here, unless she moved them there.
Hold it!
The entire thing in perverting the course of justice.
team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priority.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the profession. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider the conduct exemplary.
Ugh.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Narkodov. We mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as tactical acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Oh, this one is tough.
Hold it!
Alright.
Hold it!
I'm going to ask her to change the testimony to the other one. See what it is about. Yeah, I'm sure you could ask the doctor to change it. Have her change it. Let's see what it is. Dr. Sim, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead?
Very well.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asman with this?
Yes, far easier than the section, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from his snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I had been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There's no need to bat my eyelids.
And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you?
If you wish.
Fuck, this one is tough. I'm thinking... I'm really thinking. I think it has to be a photograph, right? It's like Like you, okay. I stood over the victim's corpse with laying the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. The music!
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There is an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Oh dear, I hope that I'm right about this one. Oh, okay, I think I got it. I think I know the reason. So, in the thing, like the blood is dripping down, but that could only have been done if the thing was upright, right? But that means that either he was still alive, or for some reason she mentioned that the case was toppled for no other reason.
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction, towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stopped moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sid made it very clear in her testimony just now. The point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance that we have seen in this picture is inconceivable. Oh. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Ashman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Oh. Ah! I knew it. I was right. Now I have identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Sith, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drever as a result of the note he left in the workshop. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you have clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
It has to be the story of the victim, right? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side, when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would. Which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection! That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No! That is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. but Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. O.D. Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Herren. Nor was it the mastermind behind the state's trickery, Mr. Enoch Drever. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith.
Order! 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 Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drever's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Facts and logic.
Oh, logic? Don't make me laugh. Only your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I would have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking in motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sith there.
I'm relieved to say it doesn't seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. Feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner may have done this.
Yes, I must have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Oh, the scalpels. Maybe she was buying scalpels and giving it to him as like, hey, here's 3 daggers for your boys. Please do not harm my daughter or something like that. Something that seems strange, but we have no reason to suspect it at the time. It's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Scalpel. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You... Come on. Out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. The record of a forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Osman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Dead, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was reading the story. Information relating to Dr. Seed's darkest secrets that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of the execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You will never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Corny Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. You can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the other brain mug scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Trevor.
I was particularly pleased with the Kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all. The name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned victim that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crossing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sith, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Ashman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy with a pointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eaten out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had had to suffer.
Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure, a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Urban 6. What of Dr. Sith?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she has been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Trevor.
A most regrettable situation indeed. He has made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm used to say you're absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You are not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Six.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh! Thank you, Barok.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think. But this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Oh, what's that? I'm sorry. It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby prove the defendant not guilty.
We did it. We actually did it.
Court is adjourned.
It's over. That was some trial. "24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendants antechamber." Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Herring. Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had a research grant money, I would give the whole lot to you. Every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
You don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Hold it right there, Mr. Sato. We do need to pay for Iris's food. You remember that?
Oh, dear. What can I do? How about this? It's a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do now? My hypothesis to make great machine lie in dry. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London. Oh, perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too. Hence the evening inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. I can't allow that.
Lord Van Six? What are you doing in here?
Barok.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your mains there, narrowing down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have.
The juxtaposition between the both of them. It's lovely.
I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm out here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. It's a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. We'll accompany you.
Of what?
From there, you will cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I have already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Six. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Six at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the persecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper sites meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barok!
Like the mustache Nipponese. This man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Did your friendship package get any say in it?
Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Six?
Oh, he's so handsome. In court, where people think of him as Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. Yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hargrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
See you later, space scientist.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. I thought you had gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Well, that was strange. For some reason I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barok Van Six. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. "24th of October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, though I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I would never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Six. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from their homeland.
So the professor was friends, quote-unquote friends with Mikoto's dad. Oh shit.
The Empire of Japan.
Oh, it was 16 years ago. Then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikoto well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Six.
Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. Though he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He had been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted in closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at the war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say that the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, a thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
The return of the departed soul.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
He just straight up leaves. He doesn't even say, hey, let's go to your place and we can talk this out. No, he just fucking leaves. So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend and partner. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Six's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That is the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me when I asked.
"10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I had ever seen him."
Poor Susato-san. All this stayed up with painful memories for her too. Never talked about this with me before though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and the friend had left behind his son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
End. Lo hicimos. We did it. Okay, that's it for it today, everyone. It's been a long stream, I know, but still. Damn it! What a game! What a game! Now then, let's go here and thank you everyone for coming along. Thank you, just the lurkers and everyone for being here. It's been a fantastic stream. And I will see you all next time. I don't think there's anyone live at the moment, so let's just call it up for today. I'll see you all next week. Bye bye.